It thinks it's going to have problems. Sorry while I try to fix this, okay? Hmm. Hey, Janet, how are you? I'm trying to get I don't my secondary camera just literally just stopped working on me. Hey, girly. I'm happy to have you. For however long you're here, Janet. Oh, gosh. Okay. Technology is so fun, isn't it? You can't see my rabbit, though. It won't turn on, my camera. Okay, I think I need to... Well, there we go. Maybe. Okay. Ha! I got it. Yes! Okay. Hey, Brittany. I'm glad you could be here. It never helps that I like don't schedule lives ahead of time ever because I don't know. I can't keep a commitment to myself. I don't know. Um, but yeah. If I could schedule them ahead of time, then you would have a better idea if you were available or not, right? So I went downstairs to eat, and my brother was like, "Pizza?" So I had pizza and a nectarine, and I ate outside, and it was so nice. Well, it was so nice comparatively because it's been ridiculously hot and humid. Um, But in comparison, it only feels like 91 degrees right now. So I took Pip on a walk. So we went on a walk, and that was nice. Get some movement going. And now I'm here for the next 4 hours. The question is, how much of this rabbit can I stitch in the next 4 hours? Can I finish it? I don't know if that I can finish this in the 4 hours. I still have I still have a bit to go. $1,100 to go. But we'll see, because the color changing is getting less. There's only 7 colors. 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, there's only 7 colors left. So 1,100 stitches, but only 7 colors. That'll be nice. Ooh, good, Joyce. Shelf liner. Liner is the word that I couldn't think of earlier. Words are hard, more often than sometimes. I think you guys are all used to it now. Kaylin's definitely used to it. She's so used to me, like, not processing her words that she doesn't realize when she's got like that teenage mumble going on. I'm like, okay, now I know that time it was because you were mumbling. Not mumbling, like, I mean, it's not on purpose. It's that teenage brain that's changing and growing and everything. And so their words, they don't enunciate and things like that. She's like, I'm not doing that. And I'm like, it's just a way that your body is growing. It's fine. I did see walkies in Mrs. Hudson. I was looking at catching up on Discord when I was on my walk. Hi, Steve. I was wondering if you'd be around this weekend at all. How are things? It's been a blast catching up with everybody since it's been 3 months. Hi, Jamie. Your daughter does the same mumble thing. Like, they don't even realize it because their brain is not translating it that way. And I get it, and I'm not going to fault her for it. But it's just that sometimes I'm like, I know that wasn't me not hearing that time. I know that one was you. She's like, fine. I just want to know, like, how long does the teenage mumble last? You've been lurking without saying anything? Rude. Hey, Peroska. Hi, Shauna. Oh gosh, yours is almost a 16. Mine's only 13 and a half. We're in this for the long haul. It's fine. I really can't fault her because half the problem is my brain anyway, so we're good. Are you still going to Stitch West, Jamie? Because then I can meet you. Boys mumble for longer? Okay, well. All our parents survived us, so there's that. Yeah, I'm not so sure my mom would call it surviving, but you know. When do they stop whining? Do we stop whining? Ever? Shauna? Rachel, the walk was very nice. It was, you know, still quite warm and humid, but definitely not as much. You're telling me, Steve, that you didn't say hi because of Steven? Okay, but I call him Steven, so does that count? There's any number of names I could call him. I first knew him as Praetorian. Now when I think about it, Shauna. We're like sitting here and whining, and you're like, when do we stop whining? We don't, apparently. Jamie, I am excited. I'm excited for Stitch West. I haven't like done anything about a hotel room. I really ought to, but I haven't yet. They stop when they move out? Are you sure that they stop? Maybe they just stop whining to you. I'm pretty sure that we just always whine. It's just not as concentrated to like a person as it is when you are the parent. 35 minutes is not a bad drive, Jamie. Because you could still. I mean, it would be cheaper to just drive. And then you can. Um, and then, see, if you stay at home and you subtract the cost of gas from the cost of your hotel room, then whatever is left is like you're spending money, right? Right? Do you have a spare bed? I'll come and stay with you. I'll be your partner on the drive, and then I'll also have spending money. It's perfect. You're saving money, but you're getting like things at the same time. And I imagine at Stitch West, there's like a lot more vendors than at Stitching at the Springs, which is the only other one I've gone to. And so there's a lot more options of um, like things to choose from. And yes, I just invited myself to your house. your husband's gonna be like, you don't know her. She could be super weird. An entire room full of vendors. Yeah, see, I'm gonna have to come with a budget in mind. Because I love seeing like fabrics and threads in person more than online. And supporting like small business people very directly. I love that idea. You'd get over it. Okay, well, I seriously would do it, so I'm just not going to legit invite myself over to your house. But I seriously would do it. Because then I could just continue to not get a hotel room because I haven't done that yet. Do I mind huge dogs? Not at all. I will win them over. We will be friends. You have no choice in the matter. Great. That's good. I mean, I consider that the pets don't have a choice. I am going to try to befriend them. Absolutely. I love it. My freckles only show when you're outside. Aw, thank you. Um, I think there's something about the camera that, like, I don't have any filters, but I do think cameras tend to, like, they auto, um, they do some auto balancing magic stuff. Oh, Mega Stitches! Hi. Um, Please remind me of your name, though, because I can't remember it, but I know that I know it. But hello. My mom is where I get my freckles from. She's the, like, redheaded um, freckled human in my family. Milka or Milka? I really can't say things like that because you can't just talk it back to me. I might have, let me see. I don't, my mom's not in any of these pictures. But this is what baby Suki looks like. Aw, aren't they so cute? Aw. I'm 10 weeks old in this picture. I found this at the family reunion that I was just at, and I've never seen this baby picture of me, so I love it. I love that I have a baby picture. Aww. I got it both ways. Okay, so I can say either one and it's good. Um, the rabbit, I have less than 4%. 3.5%. That's how much I have left on this piece. I was very, very Chinese looking when I was growing up. Especially like before I was 8, I was very Chinese looking. More so than I think I do now, so. Prolific in which way, Milka? Oh, I don't want to start there. I want to start up here. I have 7 colors remaining. That's it. So like it might not look like it, but I still have like 1,000 stitches. I mean, I'm not technically this isn't full coverage because there's no background like that. I haven't finished a full coverage either. And this one is only like 31,000 stitches. It's little. I agree, Jamie. It is because the stitches are so small. Like you can fit a lot in that space. Dominique has been really encouraging me to finish the rabbit for several weeks now, really. She's like, you know my vote for what you want. I want you to work on. And today she said, in an earlier in this morning's live, that it's because she wants to see my Lord of the Rings wall happen. And she knows that I will focus on it more if I get more of my projects done. Yay! You're happily stitching until your candle died. Oh. Yeah, I charged my tablet during my break, so I should be fine. Oh, that's a good idea, girly, to finish the bookshelves on a live. I mean, that's a year and some months away, but I like that idea. Milka, that's fair. Hay does have no background projects. That's fair. I mean, like within the outline, it's full stitching, so. I do want to see my Lord of the Rings wall. It is going to be great. And it would be nice to be done sooner rather than later. Hey, Alicia. Oh, Alicia, there was something I was going to say to you this morning, but you didn't get on, and now I don't remember what it was. I can't even remember what it was about. That's ridiculous. I should have written it in my book. How is Alara? That's a good question. She's alive. She's fine, but there's um, a lot of emotional things happening, and she has a very long video. She did a stitch with me. It's not up yet, but she wants to leave it unpublished and only like give the link to people who want to hear, because it is a lot, and it's um she calls it depressing. There's just not happy things in it. So there are some very hard things happening in their family right now. Last night she was downing a pint of ice cream. Oh. Mary Lou's? Thank you for the subscription. Yeah, so she'll be around again one of these days. I just don't know which one. Yeah, it's been rough, and it will continue to be rough for a while things are still happening. But there will be an explanation. Her plan, I can tell you this part. Um, she's going to film like a regular floss tube video. And then when people want to hear, like in the comments, when people say like they want to hear like the life update part, she'll give them a link to the video that she has made that is very long and talking about what has been happening and stuff. So that way it's not like people just stumble on and wonder like, who is this depressing person and everything like that. Anyway, how did we become friends? Alara stalked me on Facebook. That's how we became friends. I occasionally would post in groups like the Heaven and Earth Design and Full Coverage Fanatics, and she would see my posts and like them. I didn't have any like, this was like on her personal profile page too, so it's not like I had any connection. We didn't interact at all then, but she knew who I was because of that. So when I was finishing up the first shelf on my bookshelf, I posted on Instagram with a caption saying something about how I was thinking of making, like, starting floss tube, and like with this shelf being finished or about to be finished or whatever. And she commented so fast, like, yes, absolutely, I want to see. And like, that was the first interaction I remember having with her, is that one. And like, that was pretty much like sealed the deal, is that like she just really encouraged me to start FlossTube. I watched her channel and like binged everything that she had, and then we just kept discovering all of these ways that we were really, really similar, that the friendship just was so easy to be there and happen and everything. So I don't think she minds people knowing about what's been going on, who want to know, but it's just not mine to share about the things that are happening, because it's not just her that it's involving, and yeah, so I just want to be careful about sharing things like that because it's not mine to share. My bookshelf is quite the star of the channel. I mean, what can I say? It's big. It is, like, not to pat myself on the back, but it's impressive. Like, when that thing is unrolled, it's beautiful and big. You're welcome. I think she's fine with me saying what I have said, so. Besides cross stitch, what other things do I enjoy besides coffee? Let's see here. I enjoy reading. I have always loved reading. My favorite is fantasy, but I I enjoy a wide variety. I stay away from like thrillers and um, like certain mysteries. I don't like horror and violence and things like that. So I stay away from those, but like nonfiction and things, I do like to read and I like to learn. Um, oh, Shauna, thank you. It's it looks even better in person. I'm gonna be honest. Isn't it, Shauna? It's like you see it on camera and it's amazing, but it's definitely something different in person. What else? I like to dance. I wouldn't say that I'm not a trained dancer, but I do like to dance. And my daughter and I attend the same studio. So that's fun. I play the piano. I do enjoy playing the piano. Um, I have a petite baby grand downstairs in my library with all my books. I like to sing. I am not trained in singing, but I do like to sing. And you often hear me on the lives. Jen, how are you? I was watching one of your videos from like 3 months ago. Are we twins? We can be. I'll accept twinship. Is this in the right spot? The answer is no. It's because this one's not in the right spot. Uh, you live in Ohio, don't you, Milka? I used to live in Ohio for many years. Most of my life, I've lived in Ohio, actually. You're uploading a 2-hour video. Well, I probably still have several videos of yours to go. I am. I still am like 2 months behind on people's videos, but trying. I I do listen to audiobooks. I have an Audible account, and I do enjoy audiobooks. The last two I listened to were Tom Sawyer and then Huckleberry Finn, which I'd never experienced before. I'd never read them as a child. And the narrators I had for those were excellent. What kind of dancing? So my studio, for adults, it's like a jazz, they call it jazz, but it's kind of like a jazz pop kind of a thing, and tap. Those are the adult classes that they have. And hi, Jan. And my daughter takes hip hop, lyrical, ballet, and pre-point. She's adding in jazz this next year. Yeah. I vote for you going salsa dancing today, 100%, in case you needed my help. Hey, Busy. Hello. Oh, man, I have all these questions and I need to keep stitching. Columbus is where I lived. So as an adult, as a child, I grew up for the first part of my, I think I was 10 when we moved. So like from 3 to 10, I lived really close to where Alicia lives now. And I was homeschooled, so Alicia and I are like, we geeked out about how similar that was. As an adult, I lived like right by the airport. I don't use a Kindle. I have a Kobo Clara. So it's like a Kindle, but different brand. I wanted the flexibility of being able to put outside books on it, and Kindle's really picky with that. They only really like Kindle books on their Kindles. And audiobooks, I just use my phone. I use the Audible app through my phone. I haven't listened to any of the Andy Serkis ones yet, but I would like to. I have the other versions, the Rob Inglis versions, but I would love the Andy Serkis ones. Sometimes I do audiobooks while I'm stitching, but I do also really like to do floss tube while I'm stitching. And so usually audiobooks end up happening like during walks or road trips or just drives without Kaylin in general. Not that Kaylin's against audiobooks, but like if you haven't been listening to the audiobook, you don't really want to listen to a story you don't know. I could talk about books a lot because they're fun. Because there's so many, and there's a lot that you could get out of a book besides just like a storyline. I look at books as a way to learn. It's a big part of how I homeschool Kaylin. And I think there's a lot out of books that you can get from. Funny story about books is Kaylin is doing end of year testing right now. I should have done it like 2 months ago, but I didn't. Anyway, stuff's not due yet. It's due August 1st. I'm good still. Um, anyway, she's doing end of year testing, and so to set this up, I'm not very concerned on her being at grade level, okay? Because I find those kind of arbitrary and not necessarily helpful to help kids learn. So I she is not at grade level with math, but she has to test grade level, right? Um, there's a certain, like, she has to test at the fourth stay 9 at a minimum. Out of, I think there's 9. You can go up to 9 in the stay 9s. And stay 9 is basically like, um, kind of like what percentage of people are above or below you, right? So like 4 would be like in the 40% kind of a thing. So slightly under average for that grade. So she's testing and she's doing her math test, and I get this message from her, like, bemoaning the math. And she says, she's like, well, it's a good thing that I know this term. But the only reason I know this term is because of this book. And that's the only way that I know these terms. And it's a picture book. It's a math picture book that there's several of them. But this particular one was talking about circles and things like that. And other shapes too, but mostly circles. And that story gave her that terminology to know things like which one's the diameter versus the radius. And I was like, that's why we have stories like this, like math stories, is because you get the concepts and things like that. So anyway, yeah. Then I had to go out of state and be her own woman. It's true. I did go out of state. I'll be there in November for Stitching in the Springs. That'll be fun. There we go. I also read aloud to Kaylin, even though she's 13. The skill of both reading aloud and being able to listen to read alouds there's a lot of skills happening in there, so we still do it. I do too, Joyce. So does Kaylin. We both look up words we don't know all the time. And we try to infer from what we, like the sentence or the section, to figure it out first too. Oh, got it again. The read aloud we've got right now is called Mother Carries Chickens, and it's the book that Summer Magic is based on, if you know Summer Magic, with the pink of perfection. I've never read the book before, and it's been a long time since I've watched the movie. I didn't even know the movie was based on a book. Did you know 101 Dalmatians was based on a book? It was not an original story when Disney did it. I haven't read that book, but last time I saw 101 Dalmatians, I noticed in like the before credit things that it said based on a book. It's a nice book. I'm enjoying the book. But yes. Kaylin's favorite parts are when Nancy gets into like her storytelling mode. And she's like, how does she come up with these things? She's so dramatic. It's very funny. There's a lot of similarities to the movie. But it's not the same. But they do go and live in Beulah. It's been a long time since I've seen the movie, but there are things that I'm reading that I don't really remember as being in the movie, which is why I think that there are differences, just not so much that it's startling. Not like the Hobbit movie where they like just completely like let's bring in an elf and her and the dwarf have a love. Kate was that I'm back. At least you can say. Joyce. Lessons in Chemistry by Bonnie Garmus. Not the first time I've heard of that. Although probably heard about it from you. Tell me more about that. Is it like what's the writing style like? I think with The Hobbit they did a good job with the movie. Like, I mean, they made it a trilogy out of a shorter book, so they did do that. But But then at the same time, I think Ender's Game came out around the same time. And I was like, why didn't they make Ender's Game at least a two-parter? Like, they should have made Ender's Game a two-part movie. I mean, they did it with, like, Hobbit became a three-part, so why couldn't Ender's Game become two-part? It would have been so much better of a movie. Hi, Becca. Hello. See, just the title lessons in chemistry would, um, like, it's intriguing to me, which is why I'm interested in what approach it takes. I'm just very curious about that. I have so many recommendations from people, and I love it. Lessons in I want to make sure I write down the name. I'm Bonnie Garmus. I just reserved The Gentle Art of Swedish Death Cleaning. I don't remember the author's name, but several people recommended that one to me, and I just reserved that for my e-reader through Overdrive, so I'm waiting for that to come in. Jen. uh, Meanwhile, my mom tried to have our punishment be that we were not allowed to read. Like, she banned us from reading, and then she realized that was unsustainable because there were books in, like, every room of the house. And how was she going to monitor all of those to make us stop reading? And then I also think she realized how ridiculous it was that that was the thing. So, your stepsister's name is Galadriel? How does she feel about that? I mean, I have a dog named Aragorn, Elisar, and Pip for Pippin. Um, Thank you for that summary bit, Becca, on lessons in chemistry. I do not know Valley of the Dolls, Joyce. I don't. I don't think I've. I don't think I know that at all. No, she's just accepts it. Steven's youngest brother's name is Pirate, so he maybe relates to Galadriel. Men. I already had my man rant yesterday. Sorry to men. It was towards specific man when I did that. I read something about uh, it was like a very brief thing on C-sections and how um, women were doing it like in ancient civilizations long before modern medicine. And it was a very effective and safe thing. I think it was part of a lot of bits of information on like the role of women throughout history and things like that, like what they've done and the differences that they've made. Valley of the Dolls was a big seller. I just don't, it doesn't ring a bell, but that's okay. There's many things I don't know, so. I've been reading Brandon Sanderson in publication order. I know we talked about that yesterday. Been really enjoying that. That might be why I don't really know about it, Joyce, because I don't know that it would be in my wheelhouse. There's a lot of things that I have no clue about because they fall into the categories that I don't really touch on. I am, let's see, I just read Alcatraz versus the Evil Librarians, which is the middle grade series, and then I'm about to start the third Mistborn book. That's the next one. But I'm like receiving his new books that he wrote over the pandemic and released via the Kickstarter. I've been receiving them, and the one I just got in the mail, the third one, is gorgeous. Well, they're all gorgeous, but I was like, I want to read this one right now. But I'm like, it's the newest one. I have a million pages of Sanderson to read before I can get to the new one. New Me and the Painters. New Me and the Painter? I feel like I'm missing a word. I don't know, but the book is gorgeous. I got 3 of the Stormlight Archive books on Amazon Prime Day for like 56% off. It was cheaper than the paperback. I was excited to see that. I mean, like, those books are ginormous. They're heavy. It was a fantastic deal. I could not pass it up. I was like $15 for a ginormous hardback book. Yes, please. I did also see a Lord of the Rings. It had all the Lord of the Rings book in one volume with Tolkien illustrations inside of it. There's a couple different versions of that, and this one was like this $80 version, but it was on sale for $25. I almost got it, but I was being fiscally responsible and I said no. Because I already own those books. Aw, that stinks, Jan. Those were I was gonna say that was those were the only books I got, but I did see another book that I got for as a gift for somebody. So I suppose those were the only ones that I got for myself, but it sounds like an amazing deal. Yeah, I mean $50 off sounds fantastic. But I just felt like I couldn't justify it enough. Like, did I really need it just because it was pretty? I mean, it was pretty and Tolkien illustrations, but yeah. I bought some games. But I haven't opened them yet. I saw one escape room in a box that I got, and I'm going to do it with Steven next time I visit him. About 900 stitches left, guys. Can I do that in the next 3 hours? I think that's asking a lot, but we'll find out. I'll be awfully close if I feel like. Heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who. Prime reason why we don't gossip. Thank you, Milka. It was good chatting with you. If I'm really close, there's no need to stop at 24 hours. Well, I don't hit 24 hours until tomorrow. I was just only aiming for 9 hours today. There's nothing really stopping me from going beyond that today. I just don't really want to stitch on the rabbit tomorrow. So it's more like, can I finish this today so I don't have to stitch on it tomorrow? 'Cause when I'm up there on the silver screen, I can make the whole world want Norma Jean. It's all up to you. Finish. You're just here to an angel. Cheerleading. That's what you're doing. I mean, like, I could hit 99.99% and then be like, I'm gonna wait, y'all, until tomorrow. That would be so dumb to do, you know? That's hardly any stitches left. That's what you meant. Ooh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. I really would not ever just leave it at 99.9%. I'm like, sorry, life is on hold. Gotta do this. Especially because that's like 3 stitches. I don't know if I did that math in my head correctly, but I would do it just to be ridiculous, Jamie. I would do it purely for the outrage reactions of everybody. Y'all, I have a small dark side to me. It's little bit and it's baby, but it does exist a little bit inside of me. It's like, how many friends do I want to lose by not finishing it? I'm honestly not sure that I could actually walk away with it practically done. Like, that would just eat away at my brain until I finished it. It's fun to be Betty. Uh-huh, sometimes. I would only do it in good fun, though. It is funny though, because on my bookshelf, if I finished a stitching session and I was like 0.02% close, I would just go over my stitch count just to finish the percentage. But this year something happened, and I'm just like, I'll get it tomorrow. How many colors? I think something like 49 or 50. I've counted it 2 different times, and both times I counted it. No, I counted on 2 different days, and I counted both days multiple times, and one day I came up with 49, and the other one I came up with 50. So, moral of that story is Suki can't count. But it's surprising that it has that many colors, isn't it? Somebody on Instagram asked me to post a picture of the color palette, so I need to remember to do that. Counting can be difficult. It's sad sometimes. It is a lot more. Like, I would have thought something more like 30 colors. I mean, and that's even having like this in my hands, and I would still be like, yeah, 30 colors. Alicia, I remember what I was going to say. Are you still here? I'm going to write this down just in case you are not. wrote it down. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. You are still here. You're trying to make sure you actually stitch this weekend. Owl Forest embroidery threads. Did you see that their shipping prices are lower now? I haven't looked at it yet, so I don't know how much lower it is, but depending on what it is, I still would really like to try their threads. I was just wondering if you had looked to see what their shipping was now. Because I would love to stitch the forest chart that I have from there with their threads. Yeah, they posted like on Instagram a bit ago, but I just don't know what they are yet and haven't gone to look. Okay, I'm missing like 2 stitches in a color that's marked off. So let me take care of that. Has anybody else here tried Owl Forest embroidery threads? I just keep hearing from people about how lovely they are, and the variegation is beautiful. So I'm just curious. I'd love to try them. However, there's like not really a thread that I don't like. So it's hard to say like, this is my favorite. I don't have it. I don't have the favorite thread. They're all so lovely. I could have danced all night. I could have danced all night and still have begged for more. I could have spread my wings and done 1,000 things I never done before. No, I have not tried that one. I'm sure there are threads I don't like. I'm sure. It's just that I haven't tried one that I haven't liked yet. Even the metallics, like once you use beeswax with them. They're beautiful to work with, so I don't mind those. It's a good movie, Jen. Don't. That probably has something to do with rayon. Um, that would be my guess. Duly noted. Don't try them. Spread my wings and done 1,000 things I never done before. It frays, splits, and the individual strands within the strands break off. Ew. That does not sound pleasant. I know when I work with my Riolis kit, they use wool acrylic threads. Um, they'll fray at the ends if I don't, like if I cut them too long. So I just make sure not to cut them too long so that I'm not wasting so much when it does fray. But it doesn't split like that, so. Was that the thread that was called for, and so that's what why you tried it? I only know when he just thought it would be fun. You mean it wasn't fun to have it all split up? So did you frog it all and put in something new, or did you just fight your way through it and then say never again? That's what I'm hearing about rayon floss, Steve. Like, rayon in general seems like it's just not a stitching kind of floss. Like, maybe it's just cheap, inexpensive. I don't know. Meant for a very specific situation. Uh, Jen, by the way, I think I only have one Jen here right now. Um, I love your huge marker in your videos. Just saying. The last video of yours I watched, like I said, it was like 2 months ago or something, but I was like, what use can I have for a marker like that just because it's big and fat and I love it. Silk is a lovely thread. I do like stitching with silk, but yeah, that definitely does not sound like silk. Okay, $20 to ship. That is less than half than what it was before because it was like 44 or something before. Um, but I think it's like if you got a kit, it would be the same shipping. So it's like that's as low as they can go. So my proposal is we could um like put in a joint what's it called, order, pay one shipping fee, one $20 shipping fee, because like for me to send to you is not going to cost $20, or I bring it up in November when I come up to Stitching in the Springs. Like there's options, but I kind of like that is what I'm thinking. Your 10-year-old picked it out. I think it's perfect. Like it covers up the words. Like it's perfectly like just one line and it's like bam. I love it. Props to your 10-year-old. Cuz if like you and I both get floss and then like that shipping cost is definitely a little more worth it at that point. Okay, yay. You like this idea. Good. Cuz I need to kit up something else right now. Like I'm trying to finish projects and I need to acquire more things to start, right? He's trying to get so excited. It's cuz we're kids at heart. You know, we all have this inner child and things like that are delightful. Yes, Alicia. Yes, it does. But, no rush. Except for we're ordering from Russia. I don't know how long it takes, and we want to have it definitely before November so that I can bring it. Hand deliver it to you. That means like, blah, haha, you must meet with me. Oh, Kate just says buy them all, Alicia. I think there's 4 that I would like, so there's that. Though I wasn't thinking of getting the whole kit. I don't know. I haven't looked at what fabric they call for. I bet you we could do another. Um, Kate is saying this like having admitted to other purchases that she's recently made, so she's influencing just as she's been influenced. You can pick some now and some later because we could do another joint order sometime in the future, when we feel the need to kit up more things that we don't need to start, but we want to anyway. It's true, Kate. We're all friends here. Have you seen Herbie? Like the original one? Like, we all prisoners, Chicky baby. We all locked in. I think it was the original Love Bug movie. The Love Bug was the remake. Can't remember, yeah. Own all of them. That's awesome. They're funny. There is a part of me that wants like every chart that I have to be kitted up, especially ones that have any kind of like specialty threads involved. Um, because like what if they get discontinued, you know? That's why we buy the patterns too, is because what if they go out of print? And so what if you do want like the original um like the called for things? There's a part of you that wants to start every chart you have. Yeah, I understand that, Alicia. Um, there is a part of me that wants to, and another part of me that knows I shouldn't, because ultimately, I don't think that it's good for me too. Having said that, when Alara said that she's back to wanting to start all the things, I said, do it. Do it because I know what she's going through right now, and um like that's how she deals with stress. Like it's something that she can control when she can't control all these other things that are happening. And so if that's what her brain needs is just like something new, just do it. Just go for it. Because sometimes it is the answer, and it's okay. Yes, we do want to finish things too. Wow. Really, Kate? I mean, Jen's up there with you. Jen's got a lot. I have like some books that have like some charts I want to do, but not like I don't want to do all of them. So I don't know how you count things like that. Jen is one of those people who are going, like, she's going to have 500 whips. Just because she can. That's Jen. And I love it. And there's a part of me that wishes I could do that too, but you know. Maybe, Jen. I think you're just looking for the reason to be able to do it. Like, as soon as it's justified, you will do it. I think that's you, Jen. Self-control is not your forte. Okay, Kate, but you've got like 2 projects that you've got like this daily stitch count on, right? And you've been really good with those. So it's not that you lack self-control completely. You just have priorities in which your parameters are very large. More like if you had the dollars to get, see, there you go. You just need the dollars. There is a part of me that thinks, what if I had, like, this is my stitchy space. So this curtain right here, over here is like my bedroom, my bed. And this is my bedroom, but like, it's mostly this is like my stitchy space. But what if I had a room that was just for stitching, like fantastic lighting like I have now. You literally laughed out loud. I love it when that happens. um, if I had that space, like, what would that mean? Like, would I want to kind of have my own, like, personal shop, kind of like I have a personal library? And then would I start things, or would I just have like lots of threads and fabrics and patterns and yes, projects? Like, I kind of wonder if I would do, if my mentality with my books would transfer over to my stitching in that kind of a way. There's probably some similarities already. That was a terrible stitch. I'm not even gonna frog it, I'm just gonna stitch over it. Bam, done. You can't even tell. I've also thought of like, is there a way that I could display my whips without them getting like sun faded or anything like that, or dusty, but still having them like really visible, like each project? Is there a way? I could just put in a bulk order with Alara so I can have like the double grommets but the vinyl front, and then like have hooks on the wall or something, and then I can have that visible, and then have like all these bags on the wall. It would like be decor while they were still um, in progress. Fill your home with glass museum cases. First, I need a museum home in which to have museum cases. Otherwise, I don't have the space. The thing is, I don't want to block out the sun totally because I want good lighting in my stitching area, right? Like, I love natural lighting. I just don't want it to directly hit the whips. But I think that if it doesn't directly hit the whips, it would be okay, wouldn't it? That's not really the concern here. No, no, I suppose that's not, Kate. We're not talking practicalities whatsoever. All right, Jen. Joyce, this is understandable. You're very strongly a monogamous stitcher, and so um, you also you also have the um, I don't know, like I just feel like you need to have some kind of a I don't know. When you're monogamous, I can see why your stash would be low. For sure. You need a case so they don't get dusty. Yeah, that's my concern is both the sun and the dust, which is why you would need the case. But maybe what about like a plexiglass thing? Um, like are those mountable? Can you put something and then like also have like a top lip so that the dust yeah. Oh, that's a nice idea. Sacrifice storage though. Possibly, yes. Um, I need to make sure that I'm gonna stitch this in the right spot. Yes, I am. Okay. No, no, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Hold on. Where does this stitch? Do she can for the love of one man. Saran wrap them. This is that one, not this one. Okay, okay, I'm good. Make sure it has UV eliminating film. A wall case like that, yeah. And then I could put like pegboard on the back of it. So that it's easy to like change out the whips. Man, we generate good ideas, guys. I mean, we go through some bad ideas in order to get to the good ideas, but we get some good ideas. Oh, I didn't know you sketched in watercolor, Joyce. No, Alicia, here's the problem with saran wrap is then when I want to work with the project, I have to unsaran wrap it. And then what do I do with the saran wrap? And then like it has to be the kind of saran wrap that can like stick in the first place. And then is it going to stick again when I'm done working on a project and I need to put it back on it? Like there's so many problems with saran wrap. Shelves on the bottom. Or baskets so that the, yeah, floss. And fabric, you can have, my wheels are spinning. I need to go window shopping now. Because, like, I have those picture printouts of most of my projects. Like, the little ones. This one's, I finished this one, but, like, pictures like this. Like, I have these. But I've noticed that it's not the actual project. So I see that I'm like, oh, yeah, I have that project. But, like, I want to actually see my progress. That's what encourages me more. Which I think is why when you do whip parades and you're pulling everything out, you're like, oh, I want to work on everything now. It's because you're seeing what you have done, not just a picture of something you could do. The pressure. Alicia, don't crumble under the pressure. Window shopping. Well, yes. It's accurate. I mean, display shopping would be more accurate, but it's less punny. Ooh, the color I'm doing is gonna fill in a lot of this space right here. That's exciting. I'll just have to forget the hurt that came before. I bet you there's a way to do something like what if you built a frame kind of a thing, like a really big frame, and then on the face of the frame you put I don't know, like something like a plexiglass, something that um, you can get under but will keep out the dust. And then, so you put that like on the wall, and then you have your like pegboards or whatever it is so that you can hang the projects on. That could be like a cheaper approach. Possibly, maybe. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm thinking something like a shadow box, but like on a massive scale, because like, can we just put all the projects together, you know? Oh, electronic picture frames? That's actually a super good idea. No dust, no sun, and minimal time space up. Hmm. We went through all of these big ideas, and you're like, or here's the simple solution. Let me think about that. Especially if it's big. I don't know how big electronic picture frames come, but I would want it a decent size in order for me to feel like that's my project, you know? I'm gonna have to, I'm writing this down, Kate. She went digital and entered the 2000s on that idea. I do enjoy big Joyce. And like right here, there's a wall on the other side of where I'm sitting, right? Or even right here above this chair. Like, see how much space I could put a picture frame in? Yes, I am liking this idea a lot. How big? I don't bit. You're browsing. Alicia, you gave up on stitching. You're browsing now. I don't know what size I want it. Bigger than an 8 by 11, that's for certain. My TV's downstairs. I'm not going to see that. I also don't know if it can do an SD card. It might be cheaper to buy a TV to use as the display. It could be. Does that mean electronic picture frames that are big are not cheap? 16-inch looks like the largest. I'm okay with the price, but 16-inch? I mean, 16 inch is pretty substantial, you know? Do I have a wall that will be suitable? A lot of my bedroom walls are empty. However, when I finish, I don't know where it will, like, officially end up. It might involve some rearranging in order to put it. I do have several places I think that I could put my bookshelf. So I just don't know at this point. Where specifically. Wow, you add 3 inches and get more than double the price. That's crazy. Absolutely, Joyce. I already know that framing the bookshelf is going to be a hefty sum of money. Especially because I do want the nice museum glass in it. And I know that that's more expensive. But it's going to be worth it to do that. It does give me something to mull over. I should ask Steven if his work sells it and what his employee discount offers him, if it does. Maybe it's competitive enough. I like how Kate drops this idea and then goes quiet. I honestly think deciding on a frame is going to be so difficult. Because, like, you want it to be substantial enough because the piece is so big, but you don't want it to fight with it. Hi, Carol. Is your tire good now? People are putting a USB stick in a TV for their 24/7 slideshow. Okay, that could... I can see that. But then putting something on a USB stick would involve my computer with pictures. It wouldn't be quite as ease of use as a picture, an electronic picture frame. But that gives me something to think about. Like most projects, that's fine. And if I'm actively working on it, I don't need to, like, I could just update, like, I don't know, once a month or something like that. Every 6 months, maybe, when I take pictures for my whip parades. Then it wouldn't be a hassle to deal with the USB stick so much. Of course it couldn't get repaired. I'm sorry. That's not good. I hope so too, Joyce. It should be finished next year. That's the plan. And I do not want to wait to get it framed. Oh, just unthreaded my needle. Oh, Joyce, there's so many reasons for you to just keep on keeping on. Okay, I've passed 1,000 stitches on this piece today. 97.55%. And 2 hours to go. It's crazy to be this close to finishing. I had no intentions of finishing anything, and here I am. Lots of hours. That's how those big progress happens. This is true, Carol. There's also so many of you encouraging me and cheering me on to get me to finish it. Like, it really is so close now. And then I have more time for Lord of the Rings. It's true. It's true. It's more like mental capacity. like knowing that this was something that I agreed to with Kaylee to stitch this year, and I want to get it back to her. Like finishing that is like it's gonna clear up some of that. And there's a couple of the projects that are kind of like that, but at the same time, like the only one really putting pressure on those things are me. How do I do so long without bathroom visits? Honestly, I've been doing really well at drinking water, and so I think that I'm adjusting to it. Like it's been long enough that I've been working at drinking as much water as I have. This is just flavor, that's why it doesn't look like water. That's the only answer I have because I'm a little surprised as well. Sometimes you don't notice until you move. You're like, oh, huh, must go right away. um, I have pretty good close vision. I do have glasses, but it is for longer distances, like when I'm driving. I do have a project on 40 count. It's not opalescent, but I'm stitching it over one and it's so tiny and I love it. Easy count fabric, the grid lines fade when you wash it. So I would think that dyeing the fabric would cause the lines to go away. Okay, well, white on white stitching is just a special thing. Oh my gosh, look at these little feet. Like, look at that. It's so cute. Are you wanting gridded dyed fabric? Is that what you're wanting to, I almost called you Catherine. Kate. It is special for sure. Yeah. White on white is special. Thank you. The bunny is so cute and I'm so excited to see it done. It would be nice. I do think that your only option is hand gridding, like with a thread. Because even if you use like a friction pen, um, using like a friction pen on that would leave discoloration. So I think that's the only, I think gridding it yourself is the only option there. Mom. Yes, and then it's a choice between to grid or not to grid. Which project are you thinking of for that? The Fox and Fairy, yeah. I wondered if it was that one. Right, Kate. Like on a full coverage, doing grid lines with like a friction pen or something are just fine, but it's the hand dyed like that. Yeah. That's true too, the light colors. We'll just never let them get cold. Simple solution, Kate. Another color is done. Four colors left. Just four. That would be quite surprising. It's not the way that you want to find out that that happens with the product. Like it's not even something that's just yours. It's something somebody else has now. Let's see here. Let's do be such a weird vandalization, though. But even if it had been, like, it wasn't her fault, right? I need to remember to not just be silent the whole time here because, but man, I'm focused. Like, all that's in my brain right now is how close I am to this being done. Like, we've passed 30,000 stitches on this thing. And there's only 31,000. So close. It's bonkers. This piece is bonkers. If I could think of any kind of random topic, I think I could put my mind to work on that and talk. But it's coming up with a random topic. That is a challenge. And now we have entered the silent portion of Stitch With Me's. We could do, is it the Jeopardy music? The do 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 do. We could do that for the next like 3 hours while I finish this thing. I'm kidding. Also, totally kidding. Not doing that. Welcome back, Jen. All right. Have a good lunch, Paula. Long distance plane travel tips. You're talking like international long distance, correct? Has my brother ever appeared? Like in video? No. But this is him as a baby. Look at that. I don't know if it'll get a better focus, but so cute. Yep. Now he's appeared. Just um okay. So you could reach out to Alara. She just did Japan. Um and yeah, had like super super long travel times, right? So she might be able to give you some better tips. Um, if noise is a problem, having like something like earplugs of some kind, those are helpful for when you're trying to sleep. Um, an eye mask also to block out light and things like that. There will usually be have like plug-in headphones because then you can access the in-plane entertainment. Which means less managing of personal electronic batteries. Hmm. Consider like a read aloud book, maybe. Have her drink lots of water so she has to get up and go to the bathroom. Great opportunity to stretch your legs with an excuse. Otherwise, they don't really like you just walking around an airplane. At least one of these is guaranteed to be helpful, right? I will say a lot of airplanes, especially big ones, they do have, like, you can plug in and charge on your flight, but they do tend to be slower charging, so I wouldn't like fully rely on that. But they do help. Oh, for short legs, there is a product. I can't remember what it's called. It's like an airplane footrest or something, but it's like a strap that you put on the what is it, the tray table. You put it like on the back of it, and then it hangs down underneath, so it's like a little hammock for your feet. That's really good for little legs, because otherwise they can get really, really tired. So it just like helps their legs have a place to rest. I'd look into that. It's like a really simple but comfort thing for sure. Some kind of pillow to be able to rest on. Um, I liked the kind that could be blown up because, and I didn't like the ones that could go around. I actually liked the ones that came down like this because um, it was better for me. I didn't like things back here. They don't sit well with me. Um, but the blow up kinds are easy to like put back into a bag instead of having one more big thing to carry. Those are all the ones on top of my head. I've never had such a long um, thing. I don't know what you plan on doing on your 24-hour layover. Are you going to leave the airport, or are you going to stay in the airport? Either way, um, getting a lot of movement in during that layover would be really good. Yeah, so just like walking around the airport doing things. I remember one time with Kaylin, we had like a long enough layover that we were doing like hip hop freeze holds and things like in the airport. We were just doing a lot of moving, like not just walking but stretching and doing some fun things also, and things that aren't just like sitting down, which is what you're doing on the airplane. And so, yeah. And there might be something um, like an airport shop there, like in Hong Kong, where you could get something consumable, not necessarily eatable consumable, but like Mad Libs, for example, something like that, where you're like, you don't have to keep it, right? Like you can throw it away later, but it gives you something like, ooh, you have to search for it first, and then once you have it, you have like something new to do. Okay, I think I'm out of ideas now. That's that's a good the pressure socks, the compression socks. That's a really good idea, especially for so long. comfort is definitely an important thing. Give her a stamped cross stitch. I don't know. um, there we go. Oh, I missed that question, Joyce. Sorry. I basically stitch wherever and however. Holly at My Daily Hades, she stitches in columns. It works really well for her. my puppy's at the door again. But she probably wants to go outside. I've gotten really used to basket weave, which is diagonal. So I tend to do that wherever I can. But I don't really stick to a horizontal or vertical one way or the other. So if you're doing it vertically, are you snaking like this? Just not like this? Or I guess that's only if you're completing one X at a time. In tens. So like in a square, like a 10 by 10 grid. Do you stay within the block? Yeah, every project does kind of have like a different feel, but at the same time, like, I think that I have a general approach that then gets customized. My ring does serve a purpose. This is, it's called an aura, and I don't know if you'll be able to see this very well, but uh, it's a little computer. Let's see if I bring it up here. Will it focus? Not very easily, but like there's little bumps and stuff. It's a little computer in a ring, and it tracks like my steps, but mostly my sleep. It's a sleep tracker primarily, but it has a lot of different things that it tracks. Um, so that's what this is. It's a little computer that tells me lots of things. Um, I have 500 stitches left, less than 2%. I am going to go let my puppy out, and then I will and refill my water. I'll be right back. I'm back with pizza. It's very good pizza. Sticker mosaics are fun. This is from Sparrow, which I've never had, I don't think. But my brother got it. It's not a red sauce, it's a white pizza. And whatever is on the crust here is delicious. And yes, I did just hold that over my stitches. I think that will depend on the color of the floss. Okay. My like dark purple, the Pavon, I don't think that that changes the gray thread. But I can see white being affected. White stitches. Yes, Jen. Probably. That's probably why I dared to put the pizza over it. Hi, Becky. I'm down. Three more colors to go, guys. Just 3. Yes, Steve, I will be back tomorrow for somewhere between 5 and 6 hours. It depends on when I end today. I also don't know what time. It won't be as early in the day, Eastern time, but yeah. Yes, Joyce, I was waiting to respond to that until you were back. It's like a Fitbit, but I think personally it's better tracking because Fitbit is primarily a steps tracker that has added to it over time. I do like this one. I also like the ease of wearing it. Also, have fun cutting your grass, Steve. When you're finished, you want to come cut mine? I'd appreciate it. I don't know if I know the Gryffindor mouth, what it looks like. It's called, it's called Aura, Oura. There is another ring that I've seen coming out. Paying for travel time. You get this all the time, Steve. What's a little traveling to come mow my lawn? You can buy it. They have a website that you can buy from. I know you can also buy them through Best Buy now because I've seen ads for them. I don't know what the other one is called. I've been seeing ads for a new ring that's got a slightly smaller profile. But I don't remember what it's called. I don't have experience with it. Aw. I just like the whipped cream idea. The mug with whipped cream. I like that. True, Steve. Anyone who visits gets to see whatever project you want to see. That's probably true. Butterbeer would make a lot of sense. Okay. Now I need to wash my hand. Okay. I mean, just from the description, I see dark golden being lovely. You said it was fall looking. There's a pumpkin, whipped cream, like a golden, yeah. I think that'd be lovely. It's a color that I'm out of. You're doing a lot of physical labor, girly, so yes. Would it be possible to try what's that website where you can like your pattern versus the um like you can see a pattern on a project? I don't know if you can upload your own project picture on those ones though, so that could be a bad idea, but Samsung has one too. I'm not surprised. Aura's been around. This is like their third generation, so they're definitely like pioneer and front runner in this for rings. Um, but yeah, now there are others. I'm not surprised. There is a website, but I don't know if it's only preset patterns like mirabilias and stuff, or if you'd be able to upload your own picture. Um, I imagine you can't, but because you would have to have no background in your picture in order for it to overlay, I think. But I don't remember what it's called. But I bet you a Google search, like fabric, cross stitch fabric picker or something. I've been there like twice, so I know it exists. And it might not have like the exact fabric that you want to look at, but um, you could see like a general color, perhaps. It's pretty popular with like Mirabilias and Bella Filipinas so that you can test out the design on different fabrics. I It does have the ring has water resistance, so I don't have to remove it because of water. However, when I shower, I take it off and let it charge. And then when I'm like in a pool or something, I take it off because mine actually is depending on if it's my finger is cold or hot, depends on how loose or tight it is, right? But I don't want a chance losing it in the water. And so I just take it off because of that. But it's not because I think, like, it's water resistant. It should be fine in a pool and in the shower. It's just that when I'm in the shower, it triggers my brain to um, charge it. But it's usually on when I'm washing dishes and stuff like that. Um, Michelle Burgess also has an Aura ring as well. But I mean, technology just keeps moving. Like innovation, it's fast nowadays. Like, think of how fast we went from like the first airplane to a man on the moon. Hey, Dominique. How has your day been? I don't keep up with current events very well, so I am unsure what UFO things we've got going on right now. A congregational hearing? Yeah, I don't pay any attention. I live in my own little bubble. Ooh, doing DIY home project. Kitchen backsplash. Oh, I just ate a piece of pizza, Dominique. A couple other people had pizza today too. Must be a thing. How many stitches are left on the hair? Let's see. Um, well, I can tell you I've got, here, I'll give you an exact number. Um, 31082 minus 30552. 530 stitches. Minus 2, because I just did 2. This is the third to the last color, so quite honestly, the last two colors are likely to be able to go really fast. It is, Dominique, so fast. Everybody has been a fantastic cheerleader. It's like filling in all the holes at this point is what it feels like. This is true, Joyce. Like I feel really good having gotten that little like whip go finish on Pavan. Um, but like I'm really excited to get this one finished and know that it's gonna like go and Kaylee's gonna get it. I am I'm really excited for this. Oh, it's always exciting to see the finish happen, isn't it? I've got this one. You've been stitching on the stocking the whole time? Like, how are your eyes not going insane? You said one of the dogs was close, wasn't it, Joyce? Aw, yay, Carol. Okay, 33,000, that's bigger than this rabbit. Like, it doesn't matter how big a finish is, it feels so good all the time. Congratulations, Carol. Who says they aren't? Ah. Ooh, you're pretty close, Jen. I mean, Honeymoon Sunset's got, like, that's still several stitches to go, I understand, but. Just a little over 1% to go. Well, you'll at least get closer, right, Joyce? Closer is always something to celebrate. I feel like we need a segment of rabbit songs in honor of being 500 stitches away. I know. Let's see. Little bunny foo-foo hopping through the forest, scooping up the field mice, bopping 'em on the head. And down came the good fairy, and she said, little bunny foo-foo, I don't want to see you scooping up the field mice and bopping 'em on the head. It's a very repetitive song, and I don't know that I want to repeat it. And there's old John the rabbit, had a mighty habit, jumping in my garden, cutting down my carrots, my sweet potatoes, and my fresh tomatoes. And if I live to see next fall, I ain't gonna have no garden at all. That's all the rabbit songs I got. All right, girly, good night. I hope you're able to like relax your body though. I don't think I know any other bunny songs. I thought I knew a third one. Oh, I don't know that song. I don't think I know that. No, I don't know that song. Now the color's finished. I have 2 more colors. 449 stitches left. Although you said those words start with "here comes," and I was like, why does this pop a melody in my brain? But it's the Christmas song, like "Here comes Susie Snowflake," but that's all I know. Dun da 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 da, dressed something all in white. is sleeping. I'm a going. Definitely won't be done by 6 o'clock, which is 9 hours of today, but that's okay. I won't stop until I'm done. I'm just gonna keep going. Because no, there's really no way I'm gonna leave it undone now. I wanna know, can you show me? I wanna know about these strangers like me. Tell me more, please show me. Something's familiar about these strangers like me. Come with me now to see my world, where there's beauty beyond your dreams. Can you feel the way I feel right now? Sorry. I'm sorry. With you. Take my hand. There's worlds I need to know. I wanna know, can you show me? I wanna know about these strangers like me. Tell me more, please show me. Something's familiar about these strangers like me. Come with me now to see my world, where there's beauty beyond your dreams. I mean, I already sang that, didn't I? I'm just in a loop. Can you feel the things I feel right now with you? Hey, that's good, Joyce. It's handy, isn't it? Like, and it's a super cheap, like, little thing. I hadn't thought to mention it ever that I started doing that. Maybe I should do that next time I film a video. Come with me now to see my world. This is definitely the time of stitching where I'm like, there's an empty space, but I have it marked off as being stitched. I can do it in this color. It'll be fine. You're not even gonna tell. You can't tell. Looks great. Probably won't even mention it on a floss tube video. It's a special just for you. I do it carefully. Like, I don't do it on my bookshelf very much because, like, those details are so small sometimes, you know, that doing a stitch in a wrong color can absolutely change where a line is or something like that. So I don't do it very often on my bookshelf, but on this one, can you tell where I just did it? It's right in here. And it really was very close to like where this already was, the color already was. So. Creative interpretation. Yeah. Yeah. Because then you're like figuring out what creative solution you're gonna do. Joyce, it takes me a long time sometimes to act on ideas I have, so there's no shame in it, right? This is super satisfying. Like, it is all, like, there's, all of this is filled in. This color is a lot of like over here, and the other color is mostly there. So that's not even. Seeing a section all filled in is beautiful. Oh, it's a magical thing when the sun is shining down on me. This is such a beautiful space. I don't know. Don't wanna miss a minute of today. It's so magical. Yes. We're artists. Creative license is totally fine. Um, Carolyn Manning, the designer, posted some of her actual stitching on her Instagram page, and the caption was talking about like color choices and the pattern that she was stitching and stuff. And she was really encouraging of like us as stitchers being able to pick our own colors and things like that, because we should see ourselves as artists. That's what we are, as we're artists. We may not be making the design and have it, but that's like a different type of artistry, and it doesn't make what we do as stitchers less artistic. It's just differently artistic. And I was really happy to see um, a designer say those kinds of things. It's really nice. Mm, just, I could tell you a little family history story. So my um, paternal grandmother's side is Chinese. And my great grandfather was born in China. And when he was 13, he was sponsored by a relative. I believe it was like an aunt's husband, but a relative nonetheless. It was sponsored by a relative to come to the States. And he came to California, San Francisco area, and the family member abandoned him. So he was left to basically live on this street and provide for himself as this 13-year-old boy in a foreign country. And he eventually was able to find work as a houseboy. I'm not entirely sure what a houseboy does, but he was a houseboy. And I'm fairly positive he had other jobs, not just that. At some point he went, I think he was 21 or so, he went back to China. Maybe he was older than that. I don't know. When he was older at some point, he went back to China to get married. It was an arranged marriage, very typical, right? And his family village and her family village were like maybe a half-mile apart, and she was carried in a, what are they called? Like in a litter, I think. Like, but she was carried in a thing. She was sitting in a thing, and they carried her from her village to his village, which was a very traditional thing. His name is Bao Chi Quan. Hers was Dara is, I think, the closest way of saying it. Dara Chi. Apalaquin? Could be right. Something like that, for sure. So they got married, and after a bit, they went back to the States. She hadn't been to the States, but he had. So when they landed, she was detained in Angel Island for, I don't know, like 11 days while waiting for her, like, interrogation, basically. And then when she was finally interrogated, it was basically all about like her marriage, making sure that it was like a legitimate actual marriage. So she was interrogated, and then he was brought back to Angel Island, and he was also interrogated. Everything was fine. They passed, and she was allowed to go and actually join him in San Francisco. I I know that in China there's like a family village. Um, Several Kwan families still lives there. Lots, because he was like the only one who came over to the States, I believe. Um, that the village is still a family village, I think. I have some family members who have like a great aunt and uncle who went back and visited a couple different times and were able to like take pictures and meet family and things like that. My uncle worked at a, my great grandfather worked at a um, shrimp factory. And this is kind of the thing I know the most, is that he worked at a shrimp factory. I believe that there were children who all, some of his kids also worked at the shrimp factory, but that was more the story I was told growing up. But I don't think that it was, I don't think that it's super accurate. Um, and when I say children, like they definitely would, not necessarily like the 6 year olds, right? But my great grandfather also had other, like, there was one point where they had a uh, a store in another town, but I can't remember where, like city, I guess, really. Um, Not all of them went to work there, but some of them did. They, in total, they had 8 children, my great grandparents. Several of the boys went to war at different times. At least 3 of them, maybe 4. And they lived in a house that had like only a public toilet and like no hot water at all. I believe my great uncle said dirt floors also, but I can't remember. But that's where they lived for a long time. Essentially, that was Chinatown in San Francisco. At when my grandmother was 9, she got tuberculosis, and in that day and age, the belief with tuberculosis is there's no cure. You're just, you need to, you're basically gonna die from this. So she was in a hospital, a sanatorium, and saw very, very little of her family because they were all working or at war. Um, it was just like impossible, really, for them to come and see her. So I don't know what she did during her days. She doesn't talk about it very much. Um, I think when she was like 16 or 17, she was released and able to go home. However, she had a lapse, a relapse. What is that? What they're called? And she got sent back to the hospital. And this time, the doctor said that she would not be allowed to be released back unless the family moved out of um, Chinatown, because the, what is it, the environment, like the air or whatever, was problematic for my grandmother. So that didn't happen for like another couple years, I think. but they were able to move out of Chinatown Direct, and my grandmother was able to be released back home. She was in the hospital for 10 years overall. She went in only knowing Chinese and came out only knowing English. So all her siblings basically retained their language, but she didn't because she didn't have it uh, because of the hospital. When she was released, she went to high school, and the school didn't really know what to do with her because she was older than like a typical graduate. And back then, a graduate was even younger than I think what they are now. I think. I could be wrong. But you could graduate when you were like 16 or something. Uh, so she, um, like, they figured it out and she went to high school. I think she graduated when she was 21. She was the best in her class, in her math class, and there was a boy who was second best, and he was really mad that a girl beat him in math, like was better at math than he was. Education was always very important to my grandmother because of that, and so growing up, whenever we visited, she was always interested in what we were learning. I was homeschooled, so it wasn't like, oh, how's school? She was genuinely interested all the time in, um, you know, what have you learned lately? She still asks that, even of like her adult grandchildren, which we all are. Um, she still asks us that. My grandfather, her husband, who passed away a year and a half ago, he was not Chinese, he was Samoan. He always wanted to know about music. Um, not all of his grandchildren had musical ability or developed it. But those of us who did, he always wanted to know what we were doing. He loved it when we would play for him, things like that. So those were the two things we got from my grandparents, was education and music from my grandparents. When my great grandfather's family moved out of Chinatown, they moved to Lombard Street, which most, like you might know, it's a very famous street that curves back and forth like this. They didn't live on the curvy part, they lived below it, so that the street, if you were to drive there, you go up to the top and you drive down it. So it is still open, you can still drive it. And then when you get down to the bottom of the curvy part, they're straight. And yes, it's San Francisco, it's a hill. They lived on the straight part of Lombard Street. And growing up, whenever we visited Chinatown, which was whenever we were in California for a reunion or a visit or something, we would first go to the house on Lombard Street because my great aunt Helen still lived there. And so we would visit with her, and then we would go to Chinatown, usually with my great aunt. She usually came with us because it's not far from Chinatown. It's like you can easily take a trolley into Chinatown. That's how close it is. It's like 15 minutes or something like that. That house on Lombard Street still remains within the family. My great aunt passed away. I don't know how long it's been. The last 5 years for sure. I think they rent it out now. Okay, so when I finish the rabbit, I'm off for the night and I will be back tomorrow. That's all I can tell you. So I might be done by the time you're done with dinner. Ideally. Ideally, I will be done. My great grandfather, there was something called the Chinese Six Companies in San Francisco, and it was like 6 groups that like came together to basically help like Chinese immigrants and people in need like that. And my great grandfather at one point was elected president. I don't think I ever met my great grandfather or my great grandmother, but I grew up knowing all my great aunts and uncles, their spouses. I know many because of the family reunions. I know many of like their descendants as well. I'm not like super close to any of them, but it exists. So the reunion I went to a couple weeks ago, that was that side of the family. So the question, Bex, is since you fell asleep getting Amelia to sleep, does that mean you're going to have trouble going to sleep when you actually want to go to sleep? It helps that I still have like those older family members who know that family history and can share it. My Samoan side, I know significantly less about. Um, my my grandfather didn't like to talk much about his time in Samoa. Well, that's good, Bex. It's good to be able to still fall asleep. So, Chinatown is gradually disappearing. It is sad. Um, But, like, what can you do about it, you know? There's still such a strong Asian population, though, that I don't know that all of Chinatown will disappear. I mean, Grant Street is always highly populated by the Asians. Stocktown isn't so much. Um, Stocktown is more the touristy one. Hi, Bridget. How are you and how are you doing? I don't know why I had to ask those as two separate questions. It's the same question. I was really happy to be able to go to Chinatown and take Kaylin. I don't. She's been, but she was very young when she. Well, actually, she might not have been. That might have been like the first time that she had been, especially within her memory. Right, Carol. Like, sometimes it's just not. Like, you just don't have the same access to the information, or, like, what about like adoption situations or any kind of immigration makes it difficult. Estrangement also makes it hard. Like, the things I know about my grandfather's side is like little bits, you know? Hi, Rachel. Wait, how's your order? This is our first time since you went and got your order, right? I want to hear about it. Ah, yay! You're so close to that corner. And I am less than 300 stitches. Yay, you need sleep. If it's midnight, you need to go to sleep. Hi, Tammy. Oh, Israel? That's super cool. Welcome. I'm sorry that you can't sleep, though. We have lots of people who have sleep challenges, so I understand. Okay, good. Send a picture. I want to see. I very, very much want to see. Girl, I've got over 200 stitches to go. Like, that's a long time to stay up still when it's already midnight for you. I feel like I can fly when I see the world through these eyes. Oh, it's a magical thing when the sun is shining down on me. You will try? Okay. We'll see. We'll see how fast I can do this. Have I seen? I'm gonna look up Rachel's picture though. Okay. What do we have here? A gold collection. Some gorgeous floss. That red is beautiful. I see Nora Corbett's and Mirabilia's. Is that 3 Mirabilia's I see, ma'am? Fabric. There's like 1 fabric in this whole order. Moonlight Sampler. Rest to Wish. Ooh, the bear. Scarecrow. More floss. And is that the entire gingerbread series? There. You are right, however, that it's a huge order. fabric order will have to wait another day. It's sometimes I consider joining like a fabric of the month club, but then I always waffle over like, you know, but what size fabric and all of that stuff, and ultimately I think I just want to be able to choose for my project. Hi, Teresa. Oh, see? That's very, very similar. I'm gonna guess that they probably would have known each other then. It seems like they were very involved in the community, and um, I mean, I don't know for the time like how big the community was, but it does seem like they knew people, or that they would. Granted, I will say that if they were different, like, I don't know how much the Mandarin versus Cantonese speakers um, intermingled. But if they lived like on Lombard Street, that's neighbors at a time when it was very likely people knew neighbors. Welcome back, Alicia. Okay, who's your best friend? Did your best friend acquire a yellow reunion shirt? Granted, it is summer, so everyone's going to have reunions around this time, right? All right. We're down to the last color, guys. We're at 99.29%. It looks fairly finished, but if you can see over here, you can see like that's where I'll be most of it. Or maybe all of it. Where's 222 stitches all in here. Let's do this. What color is this? Ecru. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We got this. Like every time I finish a thread, you're getting an update. Like, although these are fairly long threads, it's not going to take very long if I go by that. At my family reunion, they had a like icebreaker game thing because it's been a while and since a family reunion, and you know when you don't see everybody all the time, with when it's like your grandparents' generation on down, you don't know everybody anymore. So they did this game where they had like note cards with everybody's, like one note card per person, and it was funny. They had the Lot Lusaws, which is my grandma's family, versus everybody else. Basically, it was their way of splitting up who got what card, because there's so many from my grandmother's branch of the family. So if you were a Lot Lusaw, you had to have anybody else's card, and if you had somebody else's card, you got a Lot Lusaw's card. That's how they did it. But you had to go around and collect like some fun fact or story about that person, but without asking that direct person. And I wasn't sure who my name was, the person I was given. So I was up looking at like they had like this generational flow chart that was long, showing the family lines for everybody in attendance. Well, not just everybody in attendance, I guess. It was just everybody. Yeah, it was just everybody. And somebody turns to me and she says, because she's also looking at this, she turns to me and she says, "Do you know who this person is?" And she shows me a card that says Susanna on it. And I look at it and I say, "Yes. Yes, I do." And she goes, "Is it you?" Like, yes, yes, it is. like, you probably want to write down Suki because nobody's going to know me by Susanna. She's like, okay, this makes so much sense because up on the board it says Suki. It didn't say Susanna. And, but the note card said Susanna, and so it was very, she was like, I couldn't find a Susanna anywhere up there. A lot of people mistook Kaylin as my youngest sister, who was also in attendance. So I'm not really sure how they could mistake Kaylin for Kimmy, um, because Kimmy was there. But yeah. Somebody else also told me, like, you look so much like your niece. And I was like, I only have one niece here, and she's like a year and a half old. How can I look like her? And then I realized they're talking about Kaylin, and I'm like, oh, well, she's my daughter. That's why we look alike. It was great to see Kaylin, like, interacting with, you know, people she hadn't met. Um, some of them she had, like, some of, like, my grandmother's branch of the family she had met a little bit before. But she was participating and interactive, and that was fantastic. It was really good to see that. I didn't know if she would, but she did. She was also the only teenager present. Um, which was kind of funny to realize. My grandfather, my Samoan grandfather, he was born in Samoa. My grandmother was born in the States, obviously. My grandfather was born in Samoa. He actually came over to the States, I think he was like in his 20s, like 24. He had been married and had a child, my aunt. Fale Tulu Tulu Imuana is her name. She goes by Tulu. And I don't know why he came to the States, actually. I know he met my grandmother at some point in the States, obviously, got married. My aunt came over and lived with my grandfather when she was 16, I believe. Um, my father is the oldest son. Um, my grandfather was in Samoa, they have like different levels of chiefs. I think they have like 4 different levels of chiefs. They all have like different societal roles. And my grandfather was I think it's called a talking chief. It's a minor chief, but a chief nonetheless. They have land and things. And that gets passed down to oldest son. So had my father gone back to Samoa at any point, he would have had the Samoan land and the like chief title or whatever. The last name is often the title, so it gets changed. 161 stitches, y'all. 99.48%. So tracing family history lines on the Samoan side is much harder. They're also oral history. Huh? Oh, that's fun. But now I want to know which of my cousins it is. What a fun connection. I'm so excited about that. That is super fun, and we never would have figured out if I had not like been sitting here talking about all the family history stories here. That is fun. 16 stitches, Kate. Kate, you can do it. That is so fun. So oh gosh, that is very, very funny to me. My grandfather, this is the story I was going to tell about him. When he came to the States, okay, so I guess I have to say first, my grandfather's name is Tumu. That's how we've always known him, is Tumu, Grandpa Tumu. When one of his brothers died and there was a funeral, my uncle, my dad's youngest brother, attended, and afterwards he was like, "Hey guys, did you know that his name's not Tumu, it's Arthur?" Like, not even my grandmother knew that my grandfather's name was Arthur. But like when they were reading like the obituary and they got to the list of like, and he survived by, and here's the long list of people, Arthur Tumu La'alusa was one of the names, and my uncle goes, "Arthur Tumu, who's that?" And his dad, my grandfather, is like, that's me. When he came to the States, like, he didn't like the name Arthur. So when he came to the States and they said, "What's your name?" he told them it was Tumu. He just left out the Arthur. And he just always went by Tumu, which is his middle name. Yes. So that's very funny to me. It's a very fun family story. Like, I just I just didn't like the name, so I didn't tell him. Like, it kind of makes you wonder if in a society, a culture that is very reliant on the oral histories, like which they are, which Samoa is, how often did things like that happen where they just changed something because, like, I don't feel like it happened very often, but I could be completely wrong. I feel like it would have been very important to them to not get their oral histories wrong. I take after him because of, like, Suki versus Susanna. To be fair, I've gone by Suki my entire life. I don't think my grandfather did. I, I don't know. The things I remember most about my grandfather is that he made dentures and he loved music. He would learn to play any instrument that he felt like learning, like self-taught. He had a really good ear for tone and um, directed choirs for a long time. And for his funeral, um, there was lots of music. My aunt Tulu sang a song. My sister and I played a duet, a piano duet, and then the all the grandkids, me and my cousins, we sang we sang a song. That was something that he I don't know if he specially requested it or if my grandma was, but it was a special request that it was us who um, did that. Another thread is approaching the end of being done. I'm gonna guess 2 more threads based on how much the first one did. I don't know many things about my mother's side. I know that either my grandparents or great-grandparents were the immigrants on all sides. My mom's side is very European. Ouch. I know that my grandfather's father was Jewish, but married a non-Jew, and so I have Jewish like blood and heritage, but I wouldn't be considered a Jew because the Jew faith is passed down from like through the mother's line. And so because it was the father that married a non-Jew, that like stopped the Jewish line culturally, religiously. I'm not really sure what to say, how to say that. Ouch, sorry. Where was which one held? I just want to make sure I answer about the right event, since I've talked about many events now. Oh, where am I at? 110 stitches. 99.65%. Guys, this is crazy. 110 stitches left. You're getting your happy dance ready, Susie? Oh my goodness. It's getting so close. Yay, Kate. 200 stitches on that fabric that you've got is a big deal. Now, let your eyes rest. Um, the reunion was held in the Bay Area in California. And I don't have any idea how many attended. Um, my there's only out of the 8 siblings of my grandmother, well, my grandmother plus 7, um, only 3 are still living. There are some like spouses still living and things, but um, they're all very old. So, like my grandmother she just turned 90 this year, and yeah. Um, my grandmother definitely had the largest family, and many of the others like my dad has some cousins that are more like closer to my age, um, just because of like the timing of when people had children. Very interesting. um, I would probably say maybe around 70. I don't have a really good estimate because I never counted or anything like that. I know, like, out of my family, I have 6 siblings. Um, Only 3 of us were in attendance, and my dad. Um, and one of those 3 have no children, and 2 of us, the other 2 that were there, my sister and I, we only have 1 kid each. Um, but my um, Uncle Gilbert and Aunt Tina and their family, Uncle Gilbert's my dad's brother, um, like they also have 7 kids, and they had 5 of their 7 kids, and they all have like multiples pretty much. They're all married, they all have several children, so it was just like things I don't know how to. I don't estimate very well. guys. 50 stitches left. 50. 99.84%. It's crazy how many stitches I've done on this today. I'm also an hour overdue for a cookie, so you know I'm focused. Oh, come on. Nice, Jen. Look at you all hitting goals. I bet you that is possible, Rachel. Like, cue the fireworks bursting on screen. Confetti that you don't have to clean up. Remember how I said I could stop at 99.99%? This is 99.99%. 4 stitches left. Like, really? How could I leave it at 99.99% when it's only 4 stitches? Here it is, last one. Ta-da! We're done. Little rabbit. 100%. 100. Okay. Let me pretend like I'm an organized person. And be all mannerly, orderly stuff. Aw, look at all the excitement. Yay. Oh, Dominique, that trophy is, I love it. It's happy. Okay. Let's dismantle this for the big reveal. And let's see here. Can I do this? No. No, I can't because it doesn't want to. Okay, fine. There we go. I deserve cookies for that? Nice. Okay. Sorry I made like the chat thing go away, but I wanted to make my screen big, but you're not going to get that. It's not set up for it. I don't think I can handle 2 crumble cookies, Dominique. I'm actually only going to eat half a cookie because I let my brother have the other half. So, thank you, everybody. All right. There it is. He's so cute. Look at him next to his picture. Aww. He looks so good, guys. So good. So good. This view is better for sure. Yeah. Look at that. Like it all came together. Like this foot you can finally see all the way. Oh my gosh. I was really concerned about how like this section was gonna go for me based on the picture. I was like, ugh. But it was fine. Probably just because of the way I stitched it, but. Aww. I ate the churro one yesterday, Chrissy. And then I had a Rocky Road this morning. The Rocky Road, Chrissy, was amazing. And then I shared the blueberry cheesecake. That's the one I'm going to eat. And cookie dough is tomorrow. Isn't the fabric so good? So it's hard to tell just because of how the lighting is right now. But it is. It's lighter up here and it's darker down here. And there is some like, I want to say like a gray-green bit like on this side. But it is hard to see because of the way the lighting is right now, because like it's 7:30 at night. 7:30. But you can kind of see it. But yeah, Kaylee, hand dyed this fabric and charted it. So this is what Snowshoe Hare looks like, all stitched up. Yes, this is so good. Okay, and that only took an hour and a half longer than I intended to stitch today. Which means tomorrow I only need 4.5 hours. Okay, so hours 12 to, okay, 24 minus 4.5 is 19.5, right? You know, I'm just gonna say 19 because I had some breaks. You did it too, now you can go to sleep. Yes, you can go to sleep now. Snowshoe Hare finished. Yeah, I'm just gonna do 5 hours tomorrow. I'm just gonna give myself nice, even numbers to work with. I have zero idea what I'm going to pick for tomorrow morning. We're gonna find out when I wake up. Thank you, everybody. I am quite happy to have, Joyce, I was 95% monogamous because I did start with my pavon for these times. So I did spend like 2 hours on a different project, but otherwise, yes, it was just this one. You're right. It's always good to sell. This is why I recommend having something that you could finish at a retreat, because it feels so good to like have other people who are also like yay with you rather than like, oh yeah, yay, you know, like it feels very different enthusiasm levels. So oh, I'm just gonna pet him, rub his belly. I'm so glad. Now I have to go send a picture to Kaylee. So anyway, thank you everybody for hanging out and convincing me to just keep going on this until it was done. It is done. 100% finished. So good. I am down to like 28 projects. So, yeah, there's that. If you are here tomorrow, I will see you tomorrow. It'll be a little later in the day for Eastern time zone, but it'll be whenever it is. I don't know. We'll find out. Much love to you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, you're welcome, Kate. Like, you guys are such good cheerleaders that yes, absolutely. I am very happy to share the finish with everybody. The rabbit beats the turtle. That's funny. Okay,